we doing, everybody? Sorry about that. I was trying to get the fan and the microphone. I'm trying to get everything. I'm all over the place. How are we doing? Welcome to another episode of Getting Jiggly. I'm Will, and this is normal. So if this impresses you, hit the subscribe button. No way it impresses anybody. But yes, we are doing a live stream. We are doing a paint and chat live stream. We're going to get some of these red guys painted. They're all red because that's the primer I use. And unfortunately, I think we're going to see whether this works or not. I didn't realize when I bought the primer, I think it's an enamel and it's satin. And I don't like satin to begin with, but being an enamel, I mean, the acrylic should go over the enamel. We'll find out. People have used enamel paints for other things. Either way, that's what we are painting tonight. There we go. Wet palette is on the screen. Wet palette is not supposed to be on the screen. Slide the paintbrushes up, slide the wet palette off, slide things around. Get our mini down here where we need him to be. Hello, mini. So we are painting tonight. What is on tonight's agenda? So we are painting Dormammu at the request of David. So we got Dormammu here. And then we have to go after Bullseye. So we need to, of course, paint our three heroes for Bullseye. Elektra is mandatory because she's linked to him. Daredevil is kind of right there. I mean, yeah, he's right there. And then, of course, Iron Fist was right there as well. So, of course, we've got a couple of the defenders, and we'll have to go against Bullseye. This should be pretty easy because, I mean, this is red, flesh, and black. This is red on red on red on red. Maybe I need to get two different tones of red. Green, yellow, flesh, black. Black and white. Dormammu is going to be the most fun because I have to do a wet blend to get his flamey hair action going on, right? So I'll be doing wet blending to do that. And then I have to decide if I want to do the wet blend on his face or not. I'll probably pull up a comic book image and see if they normally do the color silhouette like as if it was glowing or not. Glowing is not something I've tried to do. I don't know if the microphones are in the right spot, the wrong spot. So when me and Abdu do a stream, then I have to move the mics. And then when I'm by myself, I got to move the mics again. So you guys let me know if it sounds funny. It probably does. All right, where are my painting glasses? Where are my painting glasses? Now for next week's painting, unfortunately, I think Derek from Conjay Studios has now got me convinced I need to do my title blades. Now, luckily, I've got two options. I can either make them the same as I did my first title blades. There's a video up on that, how I did a sun drop, dry brush technique. And then there's, of course, doing a full out paint. Doing the sun drop means I could probably get all the minis done in a 5-hour stream. Doing the other one, probably not. Now, how purple do I want to make this? How purple do I want to make this? Because I have two options here. I can go just straight purple, or I can go this more, what is this, oozing purple. And the problem is, in the shadows, it is the darker, but in the highlights, it's the lighter, and in between, I guess it's close to that one. So I don't know. I was gonna say let me look up the comics, but I forgot my phone is dying, so I don't know how much comic book looking up I'm gonna be doing. Let's see here. Let's see here. So, Dormammu with two M's and an O. Images. So here it's more of a dark red. Here it's black. There it's really purple. Oh, sorry, that one was dark purple. This one's a medium purple. There is no rhyme or reason. Dormammu looks different in every single picture. In case anybody didn't know, that's what Dormammu used to look like, when he first was introduced. I just don't know how purple to make him. I mean, a lot of them is more of a darker and even like a black. But I don't know if I want to go that dark. I could always go lighter. So this one is the Funko Pop. And they kind of have him with that lighter purple with red. So I guess the question is, do I do like a dark red for his, that's eBay for some odd reason. Do I do a dark red for his center or just like a red? Problem is I need to use red for everybody else and I'd hate to use two different reds. So I almost feel like I'm going to be using red for everybody. So now, oops. Let's see, Dormammu, Marvel, United, Mini. How about instead of a 3, we do an E there, Will? There we go. All right, so this is what somebody did. So they did more of a darker, they did a darker purple. This is a collectible bust. I can't say, stop that. I don't want you to search for anything. Thank you. I can't say that that is this light. Well, no, it actually is kind of that light of a purple. This is the Steamon one. They definitely went lighter on that one because of the highlighting they did. Let's go lighter. I mean, worst case, I can paint over it with the darker, right? And maybe the red undercoat will make it. Who knows? Who knows? All right, are we charging? We're charging. Yeah, we're going to go ahead and go with the lighter for now. I do have an in-between, actually. I have this orc blood that I've never used, or I've used. It's kind of an in-between. It's more of a reddy purple. And then I have this, the grimoire, but that one's dark. It's not darker, it's just a different shade. I mean, it looks darker here. Decisions. No, Toxic Boil is way too light. Definitely not going to go there. All right. All right. So one thing I was afraid of with this enamel paint was that it was going to get into the crevices after I did it. But it actually didn't do a bad job. So this is Rust-Oleum, and Rust-Oleum, because it's usually for metal and people use it for auto body, a lot of times it does spray out a little bit thinner than, say, Valspar and stuff like that. So that may have been best case scenario. All right. Get the water off of the palette paper, or at least some of the water off the palette paper. All right, here we go. Almost don't even need to paint the red if I can be careful enough, because this rust red actually looks pretty good. Problem is, if I mess up even the slightest bit, I don't think I have a similar color. So that's the only benefit of using, for example, the Army Painter primers or the Citadel primers, is it's a true color match, is what they say. So if you use it as your base coat and then you just need to do a touch-up, it's very easy to do a touch-up because it's, you know, same color. I think his gloves are supposed to be red. Really can't tell. Maybe not. They look separate. I'll have to pull up the images again. All the images I was pulling up had them like a reddish, had them a red color most of the time. In the front, he's got two little, it's like a V, which looks like a belt. Well, no, I guess it is his super underwear, as his underoos. All superheroes and I guess super villains wear underoos. I'm trying to be careful. I don't know why. I'm going to paint over this red anyways. Seeing this on the mini, I'm hoping it darkens up, because now it's definitely not the color I wanted. Same thing down here with his boots. He's got these boots. These boots that were made for walking. I guess he's got boots that were made for taking over the multiverse? Dark dimension? All of the above? If you're wondering why I'm not painting Doctor Strange, so Doctor Strange was already painted, as was both Scarlet Witches. Did one Scarlet Witch, of course, when we went up against the twins. She was already painted anyways. And then the other one was painted when we did our kind of a Multiverse of Madness playthrough. We basically did America Chavez, Doctor Strange against both Scarlet Witches instead of Quicksilver. Let's see here. Yeah, I'm thinking that's too bright of a purple. So I'm gonna have to darken that up. So while that dries, before I can darken it up, let me figure out his glove situation. So yeah, most of the time his gloves are red, but there are times when he's not wearing gloves, so they're purple. In the official painting by Big Child, they did kind of a blackish, purplish gray color. If that's a color. So I could just do him black, I guess. And they did him, again, he's brighter, but it's because they highlighted him that bright, because the color underneath is actually dark, and then they highlighted it up to the brighter color, because you can see it still has the lines from his suit, which would have been from the undercoat. Yeah, okay. So I think I need to go a shade darker, but I'm afraid the regular purple is going to be too dark. So I might have to do a mix. I need to get all my reds and yellows and on the palette one time so I can do his flames, because I don't have to do wet blending for that. So, debating. Should I just do a 50-50 mix and then go from there? I just feel like I'll paint his gloves with this so I can compare. That's what I'll do, because I got to paint these black anyways. That's just regular purple. When it dries darker. I don't want to do too many coats, because then I'll start going inside of the details. But I do feel that's too light. All right, let's let that dry. I'll make a decision once that dries. See how much that darkens up. We've got a lot of red to do. Unfortunately, I missed some of the priming, so we still have some blue. Oh, man. I didn't use my stick is the problem. I just was spraying it. It was sitting on top of a box. So normally what I do is I've got these thick stir sticks. I think I mentioned another thing. Is I got these stir sticks from Lowe's, right, or Home Depot, and I put the tack on it, and then I can just do that. Yeah, so he's all red. To make something different, like his belt, I guess, is a different color. If I want to get fancy, I can make his batons, use like the metallic red I've got. It's got to have something different, right? The D on his chest is black. Yeah. Right. Still probably gonna need more than one coat because This got a little bit watered down more than I wanted it to. Three red characters you can just set up for several weeks and Marvel United when done. Cool. Yeah, a lot of red. A lot of red. See, if I was really thinking about it, I was thinking about this when I was pulling these guys out and had that same thing. I was like, oh, a lot of red, right? I was like, I probably should just like, if I wanted to paint quicker, I should make sure everything I'm painting is the same color. I think I mentioned this in the, when I was doing the Marvel Zombies painting. It's like, okay, if I'm going to paint Daredevil, I should paint Daredevil plus Zombie Daredevil plus regular Daredevil, right? In Marvel United and Marvel Zombies, because, you know, I'm painting the same color for all of them. I don't know why this is so thin down. I'm even pulling from the back now. I've not watched the new season of Daredevil because odd that he has not watched any of Daredevil, so we'd have to start from the beginning, which means then we got to watch that. We got to watch Jessica Jones. We got to watch Iron Fist. Then we got to watch The Defenders. A lot of catching up to do. She has an idea of who Daredevil is because, of course, he was in the She-Hulk show. And we did watch the She-Hulk show. All right. So I realize why, you know, red primer might not have been a good idea. I can't tell what I've painted and what I haven't. All right, so let's pop him off and go after Elektra. Yeah, as I was pulling these out, I was like, man, this is probably going to be able to get this painted and knocked out pretty quickly tonight. I say that and that jinxes me, right? So the question is where... I don't know what is hair and what is ribbon. So I want to assume that the ribbon from where this is tied would be coming off the back of her head. But I don't know where. So I don't know why they didn't make Elektra. Elektra would have been a good anti-hero. Anti-hero. Anti. You say tomato. I say tomato. Can you use a headlamp to show where your mini is wet from paint? Yeah. So the things I call the X-ray specs, you know, my magnifiers, the magnifying glasses I've got, they actually come with a light. I just have taken the light off because I figured I would never use them while painting on stream. But yeah, I could use that, I guess. I mean, I really don't know why I'm trying to be so careful. I really could just paint over everything this red. And then just deal with the not red after the fact. Right now I'm struggling with where this glove is. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look up their paint job. I have no idea where the bandana is. It's actually not too hard to tell where I painted once it starts to dry, because it's the acrylic paints are matte, right? And unfortunately, this I mentioned earlier is the primer is a semi. Elektra would only be an anti-hero if she had siblings who had job. Miss Nachos, do you have any siblings? All right, let's see if I can pull up a picture of Miss Nachos to figure out which of these is supposed to be the bandana. Get a new tab. Marble, United, Elektra, Miniature. Yeah, because this would be my red knight, right? Paint all of these plus the. Actually, I have two Daredevils, normal Daredevils, non-zombies. I think there's still a zombie Daredevil, and then I have two Elektras plus the zombie Elektra. Well, I don't see the official Big Child Creative one. Anytime Big Child Creative. No, it's pinned on pin. I hate that it does this. It's so weird. It finds the Pinterest version, not the Kickstarter update. I don't. Well, actually, the Pinterest one, right? The Pinterest one might link to the. Isn't that how Pinterest works? Visit. Cancel. Oh no, they pulled that from. They pulled that from the Big Child page. So it looks like it is these two. Yeah, it looks like it's this one and this one. Which is this one and this one? Sure. Probably going to mess this up once I paint the black anyways. Maybe I'll paint some purple next to it to... Yeah, these are a little bit easier now that I'm looking at them. They don't have, like, these ones have extra lines in the middle of each line to kind of resemble, like, extra hair strands. And these two don't. They're actually smooth. Actually, a separate piece right here. There's a mold line right underneath. Yeah, it looks like I've done absolutely nothing. The comics are daytime soaps. Amnesia, clones, twins, relatives of kids are all common. Anything for drama and confusion. Yeah. All right. But yeah, now if we look at Daredevil, see, we can kind of see he's matte now. He's matted down. So I think I probably should have done this first anyways. Let's knock out the flesh tones. They're all roughly the same, so I guess I'll go with my tried and true tawny flesh. I think that'll help me focus. Oh yeah, back to this guy. See, I don't know if that's too dark now. Maybe 50-50? The problem is because it's next to this probably looks darker than it would if it was just by itself. If I painted something this purple. I think this is just the straight purple. Is that the color I want them to be? Or do I want to go slightly lighter so I could do a 50-50 mix? Yeah, maybe we'll go to 50-50 mix. All right, let's go smaller brush. I don't even know why I'm taking them off. All right. Then here. Seems like I don't understand. Like people that paint with black, right, as the primer. I've never understood that because like I'm struggling on these dark spots to kind of see the detail. And like somebody else was mentioning in another chat about like, okay, prime so you can see the details. I'm like, yeah, I mean, I guess sometimes, yeah, you can see the details a little bit better, right? But the problem I'm having is like, you really can't see the details on a dark primer. Because once I put the tawny flesh on, I can actually see details on the lighter color. So I mixed up my brushes, and this is my junk brush. I'm gonna go get the other one. I'm just smacking. I'm just smacking all the red with the. All right, now the fun part. She's got legs. She knows how to use them. So you guys have music. I don't have music. So I asked on, I think I'd mentioned his channel before, Labork, because he paints a lot of like more board game minis instead of Warhammer, which is very rare in the mini painting space. So it's like why I've watched his stuff. And so he had a mini, right? He had his Zombicide mini, and I'm like, how do you do those details? I'm like, I just can't see how you would be able to get that fine of a detail. And he basically just said magnifying glasses. So basically the whole time he's painting, he's got the magnifying glasses on, which makes sense because in his videos, you don't see him painting, right? Because I guess he's got magnifying glasses on the whole time. So I'm like, should I really be painting this entire video with my magnifiers on? Elektra looks like the primer missed under some hair. Yeah, the primer missed under a bunch. There you go. All of them. Because I didn't have them on my stick. So I just had them sit on a box. I did the front. But again, the primer is just to help. The primer isn't needed. And that's something that like I've mentioned time and time again. Like people that are like, oh, you have to prime, you have to prime. It's like, no, you don't. You don't have to prime. Do I prime? Yes. Do I need to prime? Not really. Should you prime? Yeah, it's up to you. I'll go ahead and do his. You okay back there, Beanies? Do his bandages too, and then we'll put the white linen over top of it, or an off-white. Now this is the one I'm afraid of. I don't know how well green is going to cover up red. We have my nemesis yellow too. That bristle's annoying me. Took care of you, didn't I? Hey, it's another Daredevil. Could be. Just the mask. And we'll knock out Bullseye. I got too much water on the top of the wet palette, so it keeps... yeah, he's wearing gloves. So it keeps adding water to an already thin paint. So this Tawny Flesh by Reaper is actually pretty thin. Which is good and bad. Thin, which is good, so it doesn't get that gloopy graininess that sometimes you get with white paints. And then like right here where I went over his eyes, it's like, okay, yeah, I can still see the little white dot. Whereas if it was thicker, it would have covered all that in. All right. And Bella barks. We were out before we got home, so she probably needs to go out again. So once we come home, she eats everything in the house. Give it a second, see if Oddity gets her. Or she comes back and yells at me again. Alright. I'm gonna let Bella out. I will be right back. All right, here we go. Why are so many billionaire superheroes? Batman, Green Arrow, Iron Man, Iron Fist, Mr. Fantastic, more. Well, and here, the better question is, why does not that not represent actual reality? And why don't, billionaires in the real world become superheroes and actually help people? Aha! It is what it is. Because actually, if you look at it, all those individuals, right, that are wealthy, right, they don't have superpowers. So really, the only way they could be superheroes is to use their money to make themselves more powerful. There was a thread on Comic Vine. So Comic Vine was an old comic book. I mean, it's still around, but it's not what it was in its heyday before it got bought. You know, as most websites do, they get bought by somebody else and let go of all the people that made the site what it was. But yeah, Comic Vine used to have a writer, and it was basically who would win, right? So it was always Batman versus somebody. Like, who would win? Batman versus the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, all the turtles, right? Batman versus Superman, Batman versus Lobo, Batman versus Captain America, right? Batman versus Bone, any other comic, right? It was Batman versus. And Batman, I think, always won because, like, the reason he always won wasn't because he was a better fighter or that he was stronger or anything like that. It was the fact that they want to say that Batman's intellect and being able to find somebody's weakness is on a whole nother level. I'm thinking, really? You're trying to tell me Batman would figure out a way to solve a problem better than, Hank Pym or Mr. Fantastic or any other genius level hero? I don't think so. That might be my Marvel bias talking, but honestly, even as a superheroes go for DC, because I mean I'm not against DC. I used to read DC comics. I've stopped because I'm trying to catch up with Marvel. But even then, I never felt like Batman was the be all end all character. He was not my favorite by a long shot, right? I think for me though, I think I grew up. I think it was more Superman, Black Panther, because doing the stuff to make a lot of money tends to be a full-time job. Yeah. Well, no, at a certain point, you have other people do the job for you, and therefore you have lots of free time. Well, what are you gonna do with your free time? You can either try to take over the world or try to save it. Those are your options. Because you go the exact opposite way with, Lex Luthor and stuff like that, right? They have a lot of money. They would like to be heroes, but instead, they would also like to control the world. This is more just a second coat just for second coat's sake, because make sure I get all the spots, I guess. So having that red primer actually did help. Seen a lot of comics where Batman, with time to plan and money to burn, has found ways to defeat Harry. Yeah, so I think where this starts is there's a comic line where Batman has a file on everybody in the JLA and how to take them down, right? As a contingency plan in case they were to ever become bad, because he doesn't trust anybody, right? When they first formed, or were to be like taken by some villain, right, and mind controlled or what have you. So of course he knows, Superman. He just needs his kryptonite, right, and so forth. I don't remember the comic line. I don't remember how he planned to take out all of the Justice League. I know it was in. I don't know if there was a movie, animated movie, or if it was in the Young Justice series that they kind of covered that storyline a little bit. All right, make sure we got the underside, because that's where we were missing primer. Yeah, it's just too done. Done in some 90s cartoon. Yeah, I think maybe it was. But yeah, so they kind of covered that storyline of how he was able to take him down. And they actually had to use it, right? Because they did get taken, mind controlled or something. So then they had to go find it. I think he even has a way to take himself down. Because same thing, if somebody were to take him and make him do things. Here I got to figure out what's what, and then she's actually got black on some of the pieces. I have to touch all that up again. haven't switched to the other one, so this one's shot too. I don't know. These army painter brushes, like my little cheap synthetics, have lasted me longer than these army painter ones do. What's bad is those cheap synthetic ones I was using before I even started like washing brushes after I was done. Squirrel has defeated everyone before, mostly through smarts. Yeah, she finds a way to like not have to fight them to win. Like Galactus, if I remember correctly, she convinced him to not eat the planet. Forget how she convinced him not to eat the planet. Yeah, I don't know if they did one. Squirrel Girl versus Batman. Who would win? Need a way to mark these brushes so I know that they're basing brushes now. Not for detail work anymore. Geez, I missed that spot like 3 times. Missed it with the red. Missed it with the flesh tone. And missed it when I painted the red the second time on our glove. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get a better brush because I gotta do like small little armbands now. Alright, I don't want to use you anymore either. Still, still missed. I'm gonna have to touch up the flesh tone. Yay! And the top is actually black, not red. No, it's only on the one arm, I guess. Oh no, it's on this arm too. And unfortunately, when I was down here, it was too thin. I gotta completely do her legs all over again. Tusk, though, did one where she had to plan to defeat heroes in a particular order to gain the equipment to fight the next one. But by the end, she had Cap's shield and Thor's hammer. Oh. The Unstoppable Squirrel Girl. Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes, like, with her comics, I can read them, and then sometimes I can't. Same thing happens with, like, the Gwenpool comics and the Moon Girl Devil Dinosaur. Like, a lot of those, sometimes, like, I can read them, and then sometimes they just, I don't know, they're just so out there. Patty Walker. They're just so, like, out there. Compared to the rest of, like, you know, regular Marvel comics. Even Deadpool. Like, Deadpool I have a hard time reading sometimes. Just because it's just completely out there. And it's like, this does not fit with anything else that's currently being written. I think I was doing all this. I'm probably gonna have to go back over because I'm gonna hit all of her skin again with the black. All right, that side's good. It was the other side that got messed up. Didn't mess up under there. No, but I missed some red. Ryan North's 13 or so graphic novel run. Never had a bad one, in your opinion. Each graphic novel would have 3 comic arc, then a bonus story. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I guess because like if I'm reading, you know, Captain America being serious and there's some big event going on or something, and then you get the silly Squirrel Girl just kind of happening at the same time. It's like I would be like, oh, no, I'd rather just I want to continue my Avengers event or my X-Men event. So a lot of times I would just skim through just because I use the there's a comic continuity index. Basically gives you the comics you should read in order to have understanding of important story things. And sometimes hers are in there. The Unstoppable Wasp, hers were in there. So like I read them to kind of get the story beats, but not necessarily to like fully understand and appreciate them, I guess. We'll see how unstoppable she is in a couple streams there, David, because we just have to defeat one more Sinister Six villain, and then the Sinister Six, and then we can unlock her. Giving her black hair is going to help a lot. I can't really tell what's going on right now. Alright, so I don't think I want to go straight black, so I guess maybe I'll do the Dragon Black. Dragon Black's my black without being black. Necromantic Cloak is my black with not being, well, with being off black, which is probably what I'll do Bullseye in. You went through them all in a couple of months. Yeah, now, like, I guess, like, if I was reading a graphic novel or a trade paperback, I guess it'd be different, right? Because that's the only story you're reading, so it's easier to kind of digest that as a whole. So, though, I thought they were really underused, her in some semi-recent cartoon. Oh, in the cartoon? Yeah, I haven't watched any of the cartoons. I tried to get, Saturday morning, so Saturday morning cartoons for Lucita. I'm like, oh, what do you want to watch? I tried to get her to watch her Spidey and Amazing Friends. She didn't want to watch them today. She wanted to watch Super Kitties. So, we watched Super Kitties. Alright, back to the junk brushes. Now I have a purpose with my junk brushes. I need to get down inside the hair, so it's like I can just jab this in there and not care. Jab it like you just don't care. I know I'm going to hit this red and her flesh again, so I'm going to be painting, touching up again. I feel like most of my time is touch up. Like, if you just go quick and just, like, knock out the colors and the base coats and not worry about precision at the very beginning, probably would be in the same boat in the end because, again, still going to have to touch up. Right there, I just went a little bit sloppy and I'm getting it on the bandana. Touch that up. Hair is just all over the place. It's just crazy. Aren't Elektra and Elektra related? Then the question is, are we talking about original Elektra or new Elektra? So Marvel has outright said that like everything is now just a mantle that can be passed on. And then for villains, I forget who it is, but there's like a trade broker. And they've basically not copyrighted, but they've trademarked all the supervillain names. And then so if you want to use that name, you go to him, he lets you use the name, he gives you your suit and all that stuff. And then you got to pay him, I guess, from, you know, to use it. Like, huh, that's different. That helped substantially, didn't it? Getting rid of the red on the red. Yeah, that helped. Alright, now the question is, what else is black? She has black mascara, so we're going to do black around the eyes. So let's switch over. Why doesn't Elektra have electric powers? Yeah. I actually don't know the origin of her name. Like, oh no, it's her first name. It's Electro Nachos. Duh. All right. Here we go. Why are these pieces black? No clue. So she got two belt straps and weird things on her. On her boots. Is that it? I don't know the bottom of her feet. These bottom of the feet look like they have any little metal plate looky thingies. Kind of. I don't think I can deal with them though. Black on her arm, just top side of her elbow, according to picture. Yeah, it's weird. And this other arm, I can't really tell because it's up underneath her hair, so I'm going to leave that alone. So make sure I get it. Now I got the zoomy glasses on. I can make sure I got up underneath of her hair all the way. Yep. All right. Do need to do that touch up on the bandana that I hit. And then we got to do her base. Size are easy because they're just yellow. It's like, where'd my regular glasses go? Whoop! I didn't hit too bad, and luckily it was on the bottom, so not the end of the world. Alright. So, we need very diluted for her lips, and then her eyes are brown, I guess. I need brown, black, white. I don't know what brown to use. I have a red brown, to be honest. My Parasite brown that I'm running out of. And unfortunately, it's expensive to get Vallejo paints. And there are kits that have this, but unfortunately it's the same kit, so it's these tiny ones. Otherwise, I gotta buy one single bottle. And that's not available on Amazon. Yeah, it might finally be out. And I think this is what I was using for my... The reason I gotta get more is this is what I was using for my Invader. Yeah, it's done. This is what I was using for Zombicide Invader for my bases. I guess we'll just go with leather brown. All right. Put the other one's back on. Put the other one back on. Ojos. And her teeth. Dang it. Dang it. Too late. I have to clean that up. Hey, Trouble, how you doing, man? Electrifying Elektra. Yeah. Not happy with that, but we're gonna go with it. The only way you can tell that that wasn't good is if you have what I currently am wearing on your face, so. Or an Instagram photo, because for whatever reason, the camera on your phone picks up every mistake. Whether you want it to or not. I don't know why I did that instead of just waiting until I needed to do the other black. I think her eyebrows are too big. That's how big they are on the mini, though. All right, now on. I gotta make sure she's looking at me when I do this. It works. And my specular highlight. It's in the top left. Too much. It wasn't too much, it was too thin. See, odd that you can do this without the magnifiers. I usually let her do the eyes. There we go. All right, let's knock out this base so we can get rid of some of this red. I don't know what's on her base though. Oh, you still have the picture pulled up. So it looks like it's just gray. Doesn't look like it's got any actual bearing to what she's doing. So, yeah, it's just like rocks, generic rocks. And we'll just put something on top of it and call it a day. All right, basing brush. Amazing what happens once you get rid of all the red on the base. There was another mini I was painting like that. It was like everything was the same color, and as soon as you get the color on the base, it's like, oh, there you are. I see you now. There you go. Throw a wash on that. Call that a day. Let's do her size. Actually, we got to do... that'll stay right on the wet palette. I was going like, oh, we can go ahead and do Daredevils while we're at it, but no. Just try to get one person. Let's try to get one completely done. Must be running low on this. Do not need a lot. That's not the one I'm painting. I think we got it. All right, and the base should be dry enough to put the wash on. No, not black. Oh, not flush. Umber, I think. Not blue. Not sepia. There we go. Let's not mix my wash brush and my not wash brush. I think that's been my problem. I have a base brush and I have a wash brush, and I think I've mixed them at some point, and now I need to undo that. There we go. One down. I'm just going to use the black that's on the palette. Normally I'd go straight black, but I mean, this is really close anyway, so I'm fine with this. All right, one mini done. Miss Nachos. All right, let's get Daredevil knocked out because he shouldn't have much left for me to do. Just got to do the D on his chest. I want to do a darker red on his belt to at least make that pop. And then, oh yeah, I can do his, all this is still wet. Knock these out. Oddly enough, his belt buckle is silver too. All right. The stream started with Dormammu, and I haven't gone back to him since. And he's the one I need to get painted because he's the one I need for Tuesday. All right. After doing a one-way sign, that was pretty easy. The one-way sign last week with Spider-Man was not fun. All right, so I want, yep, that's what I want, my gemstone. Give him a little bit of pop. I said I wanted to do his belt a different color, but I'm not even sure if it's worth the effort to find another red to get the darker red out. I mean, I guess if I were to do, like, if I were to do his belt and his gloves and his boots, maybe I guess I'll have to look him up. All right. Nope, not you. Not that brush. Is this a waste of time? Maybe. Like, I don't even know if I'll be able to tell that this is shiny once it's on the table. Besides the fact that I know I did it. He just whacked his nose. Oh dear. Poor Daredevil. Call you Rudolph now. Not really coming off. Again, don't even know if I'd ever even noticed that I made those shiny. I mean, I can kind of see it, but like, probably would never know. Yeah, we're gonna call that. We'll just call that. I'm not gonna worry about doing his belt another color. It's not worth my effort. Right. So, he's got a gargoyle and broken stuff. So, just gonna go with the gray again. I don't know who's climbing up New York buildings and just breaking gargoyles for the fun of it. I want to make this one brown because he's on a roof, so therefore it wouldn't really be muddy and dirt. So let's let that dry. Let me do the wash. All right, back to Mr. Dormammu. So I think I'm going to do a 50-50 and see how that comes out. All right, so we'll take a glop of you, glop of you. Fortunately, this was the brush that I mixed with, so this is the brush we're going to be using to paint with. So I'm going to have to paint over the red anyway, so I don't know why I was trying to be careful when I started him. Still not sure what color I want to color the gloves and the boots, because again, in the comics they're red, and the Big Child Creative official painting they are like a black, like a dark gray maybe. And in the art, I really can't tell. Right now we'll make them purple. I'll decide probably after I get the red on. Honestly, I don't mind them purple. They actually don't look too bad. Alright. Yeah, this is much better. Much better purple. Much better purple. Alright. Here's the fun part. I can do like eight layers of flame. So let's go ahead and start our yellows. So first yellow I'm going to do is actually going to be a... Because I'm already at red, so I don't need to go pink. But let's go ahead and start with the light yellow. The pale yellow is a base because it's got some brown in it. And we should be able to go up to our lunar yellow. Because my demonic doesn't work. Or fire lizard. Fire lizard's my orange. Yeah, we could probably do that. We'll see. Alright, that's right. I need all of my colors. Or my flames. Alright. So. Start with this. Dang it, Will. Hi! Dormammu, stay! I figured I was going to hit the purple at some point. Now, as I'm thinking about it, it's like I probably should have done the head first. So, now we need to wet blend. All right, there we go. Right. So, don't think I want to go black. So, gotta figure out where his mask begins and ends. It's not as easy as you think. All right. Especially considering I've already done all this wet blending. If I mess it up, it's very hard to duplicate cleanly. Sounds like baby's waking up. We were out, and she kind of conked out on the car. It was her bedtime, so it's not like too early. Well, lately she's been having, I guess dreams and stuff, but I guess they're not dreams she wants to have, because she's waking her up, kind of like for an adult, we would call it probably a nightmare. All right, so we gotta do red. Let's get some red on him. See how that helps us out. And then his base is like all rocks and stuff, but it's like, do I really want to try to do some kind of flame effect on it? I think that would detract from his head. Oh, what's going on with this red? This is a Vallejo red. Vallejo's usually really good. This red has been very gloopy all night. I'm having to thin it down a lot more than I think you should have to thin it down. Still debating on the gloves. Also still debating on the mask, the face. See if I can find the full Dormammu image. I thought I saw it earlier. Okay, well, I guess it is. They are like it's like a blackish gray. For all of that. Guess we'll just go with what we went with on his face. You got Batman gauntlet spikes. Dormammu, do you think you're the Dark Knight? Yeah, this helps because it ties his head in. There we go. All right, and let's do some more red. Red. All right, let's get our purple touch-ups, and then I gotta figure out what to do with the base. So what did Big Child do with it? No, I just made it brown rocks. That works for me. So eyes are just, for some reason, I just like can't get them to do what I want them to do. There is something's wrong with his eye. Yeah, too much yellow in that eye, so then it messed it up. No, that's better or worse. So it's this one eyebrow, like it is supposed to hang it over, so then it causes this shadow down underneath. It just makes it weird. My mix dried up, so I'm hoping this is close enough, because otherwise I gotta repaint him completely. Sita is not happy again. I can't understand what she's saying. I think she's saying she says yo quiero something. All right, hang on, guys. I'm gonna go check on her. Alright, I'm back. Yeah, so she was kind of saying, I think she was saying, yo quiero outside, although she knows how to say outside in Spanish, so I'm not really sure what she was saying. But Audrey was in there, so. Alright, where was I? Purple. Alright, so the base. So we do Elektra. Elektra, I did the gray with the umber on top. Didn't really make it brown. So let's go with, we'd already put the leather brown on there. Let's just, I guess, do more leather brown. Right. I feel like they could have really done like a nice crackle lava looking base on him. I don't know why I'm thinking lava. I mean, the dark dimension isn't hell per se. You know, when you see Dormammu, you're thinking, oh, yeah, definitely a devil type of guy. I mean, he's one of the devils, I guess. There are multiple in the Marvel Universe. He's just crying again. I'm not sure what it is. I hope she doesn't get night terrors and stuff. That's not going to be fun. Have to... All right. Stand back up. Stop falling down. All right, let's finish off Daredevil's base. I think we're going to do Known oil for him. I think I'm going to do known oil on Dormammu too, so as long as he dries. Oh, dang it. That sucks. So my fine tip brush, I must have, right after I did the white drop dots, did not wash it. Okay, luckily that came off. I mean, I got brush soap, so I would probably take it off. Yeah. Unfortunately, Dormammu still looks wet. Can't do him. Close you back up so I don't knock you over. Although, are you really a mini painter if you haven't knocked over your normal? So, because we know we're gonna need like 8 coats of green and everything else on him. I'm in that same boat of like how dark versus how light. That's too dark. This is too olive. It's not bright enough. I know this is supposed to be more green than that. I know he's more green than that. Probably Goblin Green. Goblin Green seems to be my go-to green for Marvel United minis, and the problem is I'm probably going to run out of it too. I don't have a backup. To put the black, you know, kind of as a smoke. It's not really coming off my want. get rid of it. Dang it. Fell on the shoulder again. Alright, well, stop playing with it. Alright, 2 hours, 2 minis to go. Let's see what we can do. And I didn't do these wraps. I guess I have to do those just to lighten them up. Or I do the off-white or bleached linen. I guess bleached linen really wouldn't be right. It'd be too white. The same problem with his bandana. It kind of looks like a pale yellow, but I think it's supposed to be more of a yellow yellow. Still not sure if this is the color I want. Now it seems too light. Again, paint colors darken, so... All right, time for 28 coats of yellow. Guess I'll try and see what this does, and then worst case I can... No, I don't want demonic yellow. Lemon yellow. Let's see. The biggest problem here is I'm having to put yellow on a smooth surface. I almost feel like I can't use this yellow because he's a dirty blonde and I don't really have another color to use for that. I got ochre. I guess I could do that one. I was completely missing this belt. Well, technically I'm not missing the belt. Hitting the belt, I'm also hitting everything else. Hmm. All right. Now do the dragon. Rich glasses. All right. Try another coat of this. Let's see how that works. just missing the same thing on the belt. No, I'm just like basically I've given up on trying not to hit the thing, I guess, and then I've just completely, I'd say completely given up. But like now it's just like splattering it. Eesh. Like, oh, I've already got to touch it up anyways. Who cares? Just get the yellow. I guess that yellow works. Let's do some green touch-ups. We need some off-white. Do I have off-white? I have bone white. That'll work, I guess. All right. Oh. Fortunately, I can't see what color his feet are. I'm guessing he's wearing boots or shoes of some sort. Iron Beast. Yeah, little black shoes. Huh. That's neat. Somebody actually painted him without his shirt on. That's a choice. Oh, no, actually they're green. Okay. I'm a bone what? Unfortunately, this is the. Unfortunately, I like the air, game air sometimes, but in this particular case, it's probably not going to help me out as much as I need it to. Unfortunately, this is not distinct enough compared to the tawny flesh. On the wet palette, it looks significantly different. On the mini, not so much. Let's switch him to pale flesh. I don't know if that would make a big enough a difference either. Pale flesh is basically almost like a white. So again, we're back to the off-white again. There we go. Alright, so now we do the black. I need rose for his mouth. All right. We got Bullseye after this. Dang it. That's great. I'm missing the mold there. I don't know if I've been missing it or too much primer. Like, I don't see it at all. It's just a bad mold. Oh, dang it. Already having a hard enough time with these colors and light colors. And now whack them with black. Not a terrible fan of the outcome. Excuse me. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get that. Let's just be getting tired. I'm making sloppy mistakes. Problem is, his shoulder's coming like right up against his face there, and it just keeps hitting his face every time I paint it. Okay. I can't hear me. Alright. Bella wanted to go out, and Lucita, for some reason, is still not sleeping. Don't know what's going on with her. Something looked weird with Elektra. Had to take a look. Alright, so I needed his hair. It's probably going to be so close to the color of his bandana, it's not going to be worth it. Let's see. It's a little bit of a different color. All right. What I got left? What do I do? What do I do? Just the base? Just the base. I don't know what's up with Bella. I guess she's ready for bed. Guess she is ready. All right. She's laying in the hallway. I guess I'll finish off. I don't know. I'm trying to think. I mean, the biggest problem with him is it's all blacks and white. Just trying to get that cleanly. It's not necessarily the easiest thing to do.
Don't know what. So it's a sidewalk, I guess. So it really doesn't matter how I paint it. It's like a sidewalk and a curb, but it's not really. It's not a very good sculpt. Yeah. Yeah, it's like a sidewalk, and then there's this, like a piece of rock in the middle of the sidewalk. Then we have a grate. All right, let that one dry, and we will put the wash on it. Let's get Dormammu finished. Well, just can't make her mind what she wants to do. I might have forgot to rinse this after the last time I did this. Bristles are stiff. All right. Wash on Mr. Feast. No. I did the base ring on Daredevil. try this again. And the only one we haven't gotten done yet is Bullseye. So I don't know. I should actually do Bullseye actual black with a necromantic cloak. Trying to think. I've done black before. It was basically how much of this I wanted to pour out. I was taking the wash off, it took the paint off too. Down to the primer. Alright. Alright. 4 down. Bullseye to go. There's only 2 colors, but it's the details of getting around all the colors that's the problem. Just because I don't want to see red anymore. I don't know what this is. It got very deep crevices. So lighten up the belts and all that stuff, make the white easier. Right, so let's go ahead and get the black knocked out, and then we will go after the whites. Not sure what that is. This side has it too. Okay. Don't know what they're supposed to be. Oh, this has his knee. I feel like that should be his knee again. All right, lots of white. What was I using for white? I had white. Oh no, that was all white. Never mind. So the problem with the Reaper bottles is they get clogged with the ball bearing more than any of the other ones. They have like this weird, I don't know, their thing is weird. I don't know how to explain. How do I explain it? Their dropper thing. The inside of the dropper thing is weird. Yeah, like even trying to stick this drill bit down in there doesn't go because it's got like this, I guess it's an anti-leak feature built into it. I don't know. It's weird. It's weird. I don't know how to explain it besides saying it's weird. So I gotta find a tiny little bit. There we go. All right. Switch the magnifiers, finish this bad boy off. Which brush do I want? Let's go with this one. Problem is where I've got my white now is like surrounded by other paint, so I can't easily get the excess off my brush. I'm putting way too much on there. too much paint. It's kind of weird with the gloves, the rings are separate. And with the neck collar, they've got the gap as if they're separate and it should be black, but the art does not correlate that. Come in handy for more than just the drill bits. So much white. Give me PTSD of when I had to paint all the field soldiers. Marvel Zombies. And just white strap after white strap. Here's a question. How does he keep his boots so white? It's like considering he's an assassin. Blood in assassinating. There you go. Hey, thanks for the subscription. Appreciate it. Oh. The thing is, I had to do all these straps. I gotta do them all again. Dang it. Put it down on the inside where I don't want it. Hindsight, I probably should have knocked him out first because this is tedious. I'm worn out at this point. Looking for some glaring spots that are still popping through some black or gray. Now, luckily it's against black. So even a little bit of gray is gonna be brighter than the rest. I don't think I have to get it perfect. I think it'll blend on its own. All right. Now let's touch up the black. I think we're going to go with a smaller brush though, just to make sure. I've never seen them. It would be nice to have a paintbrush that has a white bristles. It's like when you're doing black against black, it's very hard to tell where your brush specifically is. This might not have been the best idea. Probably need to. Really should probably be using the bigger brush. Probably the little brushes dries out too quick. course, I'm gonna whack something I shouldn't whack. It's like a non-stop. You fix one and then you hit the other and you fix that one and you hit the other one. All right. Alright, need blue for the eyes. We need like a drop too. Dang it. There we go. All right. All right, get us some metal. Do our base. We're done. One of his pouches are gray-ish. Actually, they did this more of a gray than a white. Probably should have done the same. Should have gone with a really light gray. Oh well. These daggers or these throwing knives, very weird looking. They almost look like popsicles. Although that would actually work too. In the comics, Bullseye can turn anything into a weapon and kill somebody. A little bit of gray touch-up on the base. I could have done these as like white tiles. I don't know what they are. All right. Done a mix of things. Actually, I guess to make him in line with... I was going to say with Daredevil, but unfortunately Daredevil, like I said, has got the... He's up on a roof. And Bullseye is, I don't know, one tile or something. Yeah, it's fine. We'll do it anyways. All right. And base ring. I'll probably find something in the morning. I always find stuff in the morning. All right. So, what do we got? What do we got? What do we got? What do we do tonight? God. So, Bullseye. Yeah, a little bit bad right there. Oh well. Crooked Mask. I mean, but with as many, all that white, that was. I'm just, yeah. See, can't even say the words. We got Elektra. We got Mr. Fist. Mr. Devil. And then next week, stream with Doctor Strange and Scarlet Witch. We got Dormammu. And that's that. that is it, guys. That is it. There we go. Holy cow. Oh, guys. Maybe I should take it down to like 3 minutes. three minis a stream. But either way, guys, that is this. If you want to watch any of the Marvel United playthroughs for one of these minis that we just painted, of course, subscribe to the channel, hit the bell notification, that way you know when I go live. Actually hit to remind me as well on the live video. If you want to come out and join some of these painting things and try to keep me awake and active through the entire stream, well, same thing, hit to remind me, come out, join us for the stream. Join us as if I'm multiple people. Also, of course, play games, heal kids. Make sure if you want to support Children's Miracle Network and help the sick and injured kids there, links down below to Extra Life where you can make a donation. Alright guys, it is late. I'm going to go to bed. So until next time, peace.